Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, there is no message from His Excellency the President, neither do I have any communication for today. And so the majority leader and leader of the House had intimated to me that he's urgently needed for some important meeting. And so he pleaded for us to vary the order of business and to give him the opportunity to lay some papers before departing. I know the minority from bench will not have any objection, so I'll grant him that permission. So we'll have to move straight to commencement of public business before we come back to item 4 for correction of votes and proceedings. So at the commencement of public business, item 6, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 6A, by the Minister for Finance.
Speaker, thank you very much for granting me leave to alter the order of business for the day and to present these papers on behalf of the Minister State of the Realm. They are our cabinet meetings, and I have also to leave to cabinet. Speaker, so beginning with 6A.
Public Procurement Regulations 2022.
Honorable members, the Public Procurement Regulations 2022 is hereby referred to the Committee on Finance. Regulations, so subsidiary legislation. I will encourage the Committee on Finance leadership and public accounts could attend to assess the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. 6B, by the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. Charter for African Cultural Renaissance.
Mr. Speaker, as the minority leader intimated, the public procurement regulations should go to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. If there's any committee to assist them, it is rather the Finance Committee, the leadership of the Finance Committee, to assist.
Exactly what I did. That was the direction I gave.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I heard him say public accounts. So I thought you had said this.
I said public accounts and finance. In fact, I mentioned finance first. Okay. And I said I also encourage the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee to assist the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation.
I didn't hear that. Thank you very much. So, 6B.
Charter for African Cultural Renaissance.
Honorable members, the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance is referred to the Committee on Culture and Tourism for consideration and report to the House. 6. Yes, please. Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 6B, I thought you were going to make it a joint referral by including the Committee for Foreign Affairs.
The leadership.
Or the leadership of Foreign Affairs to join in consideration of it.
Yes, the leadership.
You see, that's the reason why I insist that I should have some knowledge of the subject matters that are to be presented to the House. I haven't seen that charter, I haven't been briefed, so I don't know what are the contents. And so I'm guided by your intervention. Majority Leader, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were going to go to C, but I was explaining to my colleague that this is to the committee responsible for culture. However, because it straddles Ghana, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the leadership, could be invited to assist them.
Exactly what the Deputy Whip requested. Yes, so that's what I was going to say, that the leadership of the Committee on Foreign Affairs should assist the Committee on Culture and Tourism in the consideration of the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance. Kindly report to the House as soon as possible. 6C, by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, Annual Report of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for the year 2021.
Annual Report of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority for the year 2021.
Honourable members, the annual report is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Employment and Social Welfare for consideration and report to the House. Now, we will get back to item 4. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 26th October 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes, page 8, Honorable.
I'm very grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to draw your attention to the item numbered 45. on page 8. I recall that my colleague, the Honorable Roxanne Dafiamekpo, raised this matter. If the Honorable question should be continuously marked absent and the implications, and you indicated that you would discuss with leadership and offer some guidance on what should be done moving forward. But since then, we have not heard from you. So I wanted to find out if that discussion has taken place and if this is the agreement that he should continuously be marked absent without permission, knowing the implications of that. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. James question. Judge question.
Honourable Member, we have a challenge here because, you know, this is a house of records. And yes, Honourable Woyome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been marked absent, but then I was here yesterday. I even attended the committee.
Let me finish this matter that has been raised. A matter has been raised. Let me finish with that before I come to your issue. So, honourable members, I have no basis for taking a decision in this matter because I have no records before me. I only hear, I read in the dailies and the rest, and I cannot take that as evidence. And so I thought that my intervention that day would have drawn the attention of the authorities to do what we generally refer to as the needful. But as of now, I still don't have any evidence of that. And so we should let sleeping dogs lie until the proper thing is done. The issue that was raised by the Honorable Ablakwa is on page 8. Under item 3, you have the name number 45, which deals with the Honorable Member for Asin North, because his matter has been pending. And I don't have any evidence on it. I've been reading in papers, I've been hearing from people, but we don't have any communication from our colleagues, the arm of government in charge of the judiciary on the matter. So I cannot take it that what I read in the papers and the rest is sufficient evidence for me to act on. And so I've raised this issue before, expecting that there will be a communication to us on that issue. And nothing has come so far. And that is the difficulty I have. Recently, I read in the dailies again about a case that was presided over by the Supreme Court, and the judgment was given something Manam versus the Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament had no knowledge about that suit, and yet judgment was delivered by the Supreme Court in which a section of a law we passed was struck out as unconstitutional. If the Speaker is a party to a suit, at least the Speaker should be served. There was no service on us. Maybe the Attorney General assumed that responsibility without even consulting us. And the Supreme Court proceeded to give some judgment striking out a section of a law we passed, Section 43 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act, without hearing from us. I think something is amiss and we have to rectify it. It might be known to all that it is not in all cases that the Attorney General is sufficiently empowered to represent Parliament. So the Parliamentary Service Board took notice of that and has proceeded to engage some 2 firms to assist Parliament in this matter. So I don't know whether there's a representative of the Attorney General here, Minister for Justice. In the absence of that, I will direct the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, who is the majority leader and leader of the House, to inform his colleague, the Minister for Justice and Attorney General, about this matter. If there is any further need for further discussion, we are available to do so. But we must do something to close this gap, this miscommunication, and get inputs from Parliament when there are matters before the court having some impact or effect on what we do here. We should be heard. I hope this is clear. So I'll move on. Yes, Honorable Wayumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I noticed on page 8, under the list of members that were absent yesterday, item 49, which indicates that I've been marked absent. But then I was here and I even attended committee sitting. So I do not know. I was here.
Yes, table office, kindly take notes. I can testify, I saw him here myself yesterday. We move on to page 9.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, page 9, second paragraph. In limine, the I should be a capital I. In limine. The Latin word you used yesterday in dismissing the motion. In limine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, your attention is being drawn to the I in the in. So take note, cross-check, and do the proper rendition. Page 10. Yes, sorry, Honorable. You are taking us back to page 8, yes?
Page 8, Mr. Speaker. Item number 35. Honorable Festus Wakofu, he sought permission to be absent, but he's been marked just absent. So he should be absent with permission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Page 8, item number
35.
45.
35.
He sought permission from you.
From our leader.
Please, will you kindly go and read your standing orders? There's nothing like seeking permission from your leader to be absent. Permission can only be granted by the speaker, not by your leader. Page 10. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance, I don't know whether item number 8, when you check the portfolio that was given to the Honorable Frank Anodompre, who is the Majority Chief Whip, with that of the Minority Chief Whip, the Chief is missing. So I don't know if it is okay for the Chief to be missing in this instance. If not, then
there's nothing
chief.
Like First Deputy Chief Minority Whip. There's nothing like that. The rendition is correct. First Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you for your guidance.
There's only one chief, and that's the Chief Whip. Yes, I can see the Deputy Whip, Majority Deputy Whip. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not wading into that debate. In fact, except to bring you back to page 8, item 44. The Honorable Henry Kote sought permission. In fact, his leave of absence form, I signed it and directed it to you. So I just wanted to draw the table office attention to it. He sought permission, and then I signed it and then recommended it to you. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member will cross-check from the list to make sure the writing is done. Table office kindly do so. I don't recollect actually granting that permission, but since the numbers are voluminous, that's why sometimes I use the table office to go through and advise me as to those that we granted permission to be absent. But as Chief Whips and Whips, it's your duty, because this is to let you control the issue of attendance, to respond to the quorum. And that's why they are routed through you, for you to look at the numbers and see whether you have sufficient number to form a quorum for the business of the House. So please, we'll cross-check on that. Page 11. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 26 October 2022 are hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We have a number of statements that have been admitted by me, and we may have space for 3 of them for today. And so we'll move to item 5, statements. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if you may grant me this space for us to look at our order paper, particularly page 5 of the order paper, the notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, we are guided by your higher wisdom in matters of procedure in this House. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the Constitution and the rules of this House. The provisions are very specific on motion. Motion. Mr. Speaker, what I have seen as advertised is not only a motion, but also grounds the applicants are relying on for their said arguments. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit that legal grounds or grounds for submission are not embedded in the motion. The motion paper, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you are completely out of order. We are at item 5, statements. When we get to where you are, you can raise this issue. What you're talking about is public business. We went to public business based on the request of the majority leader and granted him permission to lay some papers, which he did. Now we are back to the order that the agenda has been presented. And so we are now at statements. Then when we get back to public business and you want to raise the issue on the item 8, definitely I will listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I would never challenge your ruling. When you say order, it is within your right to say so. But, Mr. Speaker, that is why I premised my argument on with your leave. Mr. Speaker, so I wasn't going as of right. I said that, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. So if you grant me leave, I proceed. But if you don't grant me leave, I retire. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said with your leave, because I'm very mindful of where we are. So I wouldn't take your powers away from you. So, Mr. Speaker, I take guidance, safe to say that I am not out of order because I sought your leave. Mr. Speaker, I'm not out of order. And I want the record to reflect that. If the Speaker would
my very good son, you are again out of order. If the proper thing to do, what you did, was to seek my leave. So you wait for me to grant you the leave. But you didn't wait and you went ahead to start.
I must give you grounds. No. Wait, you have to learn. This is an exercise you must pay attention to. You don't know. Mr. Speaker, this is an exercise they must pay attention. This engagement is important for them. They should learn. Learn from you. Mr. Speaker, leave is a dispensation which is not granted lightly. So in praying for leave, I must lay the grounds for the application. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, you would always be right. Except that on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, I wish the record will reflect that I wasn't out of order. I thank you.
They were seeking, honorable member, it's for us to move to public business. Because I had mentioned item 5, which is statements. And so you are seeking leave for us to leave item 5 and to move to public business. Then I can grant you that leave because we are varying the order of business. Then after I've granted you that, then you then mention, Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at item 8, which is on public business. So you were out of order. 2, you were out of order again in challenging my order. Even though you stated that you were not challenging my order, you stated clearly that you disagree with me. And that your understanding which unfortunately is erroneous. So you are out of order and also out of order. Double jeopardy.
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, I am most obliged. As it pleases you.
Honorable members, these are technical procedures, and it's important we go by them, because that's what guides the House for us to be able to maintain law and order, decorum and decency. And the honorable member has conceded, so let us move on. He wants us to move to public business. With your kind permission, I'll grant him permission. I'll grant him the leave, and then he can raise the issue for us to look at. Because that motion is a very, very important motion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long. I thank you for...
Only 100 years. 100 years, no more, no less.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, may your wish be granted.
Amen.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I beg to submit that the item as advertised as motion on page 5 of today's order paper is defective and does not reflect a clearer position as intended by the Constitution and the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, the said item is headed Notice of Motion on a Vote of Censure. My humble view is that a motion, it is only the motion which is supposed to be advertised. It is only the motion which is supposed to be advertised. The facts upon which the applicant relies on cannot, as it is advertised, be embedded in the motion paper. Mr. Speaker, in this House, if you go through our order paper, clearly committees bring reports, we submit applications, motions are advertised on their own. A motion to take a censure on the minister, blah, 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 it continues. That is the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the various items 1 to 7, we should not forget that we are in a political space. And particularly if you look at item 1, the way it has been couched, the man has already been condemned long before his head. The respondent in this matter, Mr. Speaker, the respondent in this application has already been condemned with allegations, not facts. Mr. Speaker, we must all know that if it is tomorrow, today, it is somebody today, it could be us tomorrow. And we must all know that we all want fair hearing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the manner, the form of this whole motion on notice, Mr. Speaker, though it states that it is in accord with Article 82, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I have Article 82 here, and I shall, with your leave, read the content aloud. And in extenso, Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the vote of no less than 2/3 of all members of Parliament, pass a vote of censure on a Minister of State. 2, a motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless 7 days notice has been given of the motion, and B, the notice for the motion has been signed by no less than 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. 3, the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt of the Speaker of the notice for the motion. So, Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, the Constitution is very specific. And in this House, we know how a motion is couched. A motion is a motion, and you don't add anything else. Oh, please, 108, I have it here. Mr. Speaker, let's look at 108. Vote of censure on ministers, Article 82 of the Constitution. A motion for a vote of censure on the Minister of State shall be moved in the following manner. 7 days. Mr. Speaker, is a repetition of what is in the Constitution. Yes. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with motion on censure and not any other motion. However, if there's an omnibus clause which can be applicable, mutatis mutandis, I am ready to go on that tangent, which allows a motion to be advertised accompanied with allegations, which is not founded on facts. If that is the way my colleagues on the minority side are saying is the intendment of the Constitution, they should provide proof. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, the motion is supposed to be advertised. That is what the Constitution says. The Constitution is not saying that you should accompany it with allegations as part of the motion. That is my contention. And if they beg to disagree, and if there's any other provision that perhaps which allows you to state allegations, not to support your motion, they should again draw my attention. I'm ready to learn. We are here to learn. And if I get it wrong and I'm corrected, Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Yes, Minority.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Deputy Majority Leader. I was expecting him to say that he wants the number to be expanded from 128 to the additional numbers from his side. That probably 86 to add on to 128, which will support this motion. But, Mr. Speaker, to assure you that you have done what is constitutionally apt, what is consistent with the Constitution and the rules, we intend invoking Article 82 of the Constitution to move a motion of censure on the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. And that, Mr. Speaker, as he read, he should read 82. And, Mr. Speaker, probably that is why he must even graciously be thanking Mr. Speaker for admitting the motion with haste in the public national interest. Today at Business Committee, our attention was drawn, Mr. Speaker, to your approval of the motion. We met at Business Committee. I'm sure tomorrow it will be captured. I intend even to lead the moving of the motion supported by the whip and 128 more members and probably an additional 86. So, Mr. Speaker, if he reads 82 well, a motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament
Other than that, we would have been asking for it to be moved today because we want him to go with speed. But Mr. Speaker, we are respecting the Constitution. It says that 7 days notice must be given of the motion. So once the Speaker admits the motion, it has to be advertised for 7 days. 7 days. And then, Mr. Speaker, I heard him. Your grounds, you said there was nothing legal. When you started, you know what the group norm means in law. The Constitution is the group norm of the land. We have made reference to constitutional provisions of Article 178, Article 176, and 82. Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate with fact on this floor that the minister is in breach of the law, apart from the fact that he's trashed the Ghanaian economy, we will do so. So, to preempt and say that the motion, you cannot question the competence of the Speaker in admitting the motion. And we, in fact, we are only giving you headlines of the matters to which we will lead with evidence. Mr. Speaker, our evidence will be in the category beyond shadow of doubt. Beyond shadow of doubt. That the Ghanaian economy is a trash economy. The cedi worst performing currency in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, you shouldn't preempt the debate. You have done what is constitutionally right. I expect him to be assuring me that his side will support this, and by consensus, will save this country. We need to save this country, save its businesses. Businesses are collapsing, industry is collapsing, the Ghanaian citizens are reeling under unprecedented hardship. That must be your concern. But to say that there is nothing legal in this, okay, it is constitutional. Not just legal, but constitutional. It is not just legal, it is constitutional. We are invoking provisions of the Constitution. As for the headlines, wait for the facts on the day of the debate. So, Mr. Speaker, you must dismiss him again in limine.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that my respected colleague, on rising on his feet, perhaps for and on behalf of his colleagues, would have rebutted my arguments. But he has rather decided to proceed to the gallery of politics and partisanship. Mr. Speaker, if it is his contention that he is coming squarely within the scope of the Constitution, Articles 176 and 82, then I invite him to the rule that all men must be given fair hearing, and that too, that you cannot hide your cards in a situation like this. You are raising a serious constitutional matter. Therefore, you must put all your cards on the table. If you say that you are merely now advertising allegations and the fact will come later, then, Mr. Speaker, you are not being fair to the respondent who the Constitution is saying that upon hearing the argument of the applicant, he must also be heard. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't forget that the Constitution says that when your application is being heard, the respondent would be given the opportunity to also respond. Therefore, you don't only advertise your allegations and say that you spring a surprise on that day. Then bring all your facts. You say he has breached the Constitution. Article 176. Mr. Speaker, in this advertisement, in this notice of motion, if indeed you want to be fair, you don't hide your cards and spring surprise on that day. Bring your legal arguments, make it available to the minister so that he can be sufficiently prepared to respond. The element of the notice. Mr. Speaker, other than that, there will be no need for this notice. This notice will become odious. You are saying somebody has breached the Constitution. You are saying that you are relying on stated grounds. My first argument was that the motion and the stated grounds are inconsistent as per the constitutional provision. However, if you want to invite me to even adopt the position you have taken, which I am ready to do, argument is, then the man must be given an opportunity to know what he is to respond to. You cannot come and argue saying that, one, this is what you are saying. One, the man has breached Article 178. The man's companies are benefiting from a certain transaction. These are what you are saying. You are not expected to keep this with you. Come here on the day and spring a surprise. In this advertisement, Mr. Speaker, if the minority leader will agree with me, and he's a senior member at the bar, for the years he has spent at the bar, if he decides to change profession, he will be going to the Supreme Court. If he decides to change profession, he qualifies for the Supreme Court. So he knows the rules of natural justice imposes on us an obligation to let the other party be heard. Mr. Speaker, even in a criminal trial today in Ghana, in criminal trials, when were the days where prosecution will hold all the evidence and be drawing them out one by one? Today, at the onset, it is required of the prosecution to make available every evidence to the accused. All documents to be relied on are now exchanged, even as part of our criminal jurisprudence. It is now the practice. It cannot be different in this chamber. A minister serving his country as a public office holder is being asked, is going to face such an attack on the House floor. You serve notice. The notice is not sufficient. All the facts upon which you are led, he has to go out of office, must be made available to him to make this proper notice. Mr. Speaker, I would go by the second leg of the argument, and if that is so, they should make all the facts available so that on the day, the minister will have the opportunity to respond to, so that the people of Ghana would appreciate the basis upon which this motion is being mounted. Advertise all of it so that everybody will read and know where you're coming from. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, may I be permitted to use 5 minutes, and then I'll give other members opportunity to express their views on this matter before I give my ruling. So 5 minutes suspension of sitting.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I thank you so much for your indulgence. Before I sought your permission to take 5 minutes off, I cited the Minority Chief Whip on his feet. I think it's time now for you to make your submissions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried about what the Deputy Majority Leader was trying to do. First, when he started and he was talking about that allegations have been added to the motions, I saw that as challenging the authority of Mr. Speaker to admit motions. I want to remind him that Speaker works with procedural advice, to be specific, the clerk, and they work with our standing orders and then the Constitution. The Speaker, with your permission, I want to take time to try to educate my colleague on what a motion should be. And it's explicitly stated or defined in Order 7 of our standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read it to his hearing. Motion means a proposal made by a member that Parliament or a committee thereof do something, order something to be done, or express an opinion concerning some matter. Mr. Speaker, I also want to refer my colleague to Order 78 all the way to '78, '79, and '80. And Mr. Speaker, to be more precise, 79(1). All notices shall be given by being handed in at the table when the House is sitting, or by being transmitted to the office of the clerk, so as to be received within the hours prescribed for the purpose. All notices shall be signed by the member proposing the motion or amendment. And Mr. Speaker, nowhere in this order that says that the motion, when it's going to be advertised, should only be the heading. And Mr. Speaker, to also refer my colleague to our own practice and other papers. And to be precise, I'm holding in my hand the order paper of the 8th July 2020. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to take just a particular one of the motions. For example, on that day, motion 11, on page 10, reads that notwithstanding the provisions of the Standing Orders 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the Economic Development Cooperation Fund, for an amount of, in Korea 1, not exceeding equivalent of 30 million United States dollars to finance the medical equipment provision project in response of COVID-19 may be moved today. Mr. Speaker, I'm giving a typical example of how motions are couched. Why will you, if the Committee of Finance is going to bring details about the COVID and the money, why are we stating it in the motion? If it is only the heading that needs to be counted, why will you be stating all this in the motion? Mr. Speaker, I think there's something fundamental wrong with my colleague. And Mr. Speaker, permit me on a lighter note to say, I see him wearing a nightgown. Maybe he didn't sleep at home. He slept somewhere and then he got up and came to the house. On a lighter note, he's wearing a pajamas on top. Because Mr. Speaker, what he's doing is completely out of order. If you look at the motions that we've called again and again.
Honorable Chief, with point of order. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, few gentlemen know about Kubavera. Kubavera is a gentleman's shirt. Few gentlemen know about Kubavera. And it is rich to hear, albeit lightly, for a minority chief whip to describe a beautiful blue Kubavera as a pajamas. If Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of ignorance, the mouth speaketh. He has spoken out of ignorance. He doesn't know about Kubavera. Kubavera, you don't tuck in. You don't use it for tie. It's a formal gentleman's shirt. And I have them in different colors. And colleagues who believe in Kubavera, they know that I supply them. I won't mention names. So, if he has nothing to say to rebut the legal submissions made by me, he should rest his case and allow Mr. Speaker to make a determination. I have not questioned the authority of Mr. Speaker. I have not said that Mr. Speaker was wrong in admitting the motion. I am talking about what you have added to the motion. And I'm saying that because the Constitution allows a respondent to be heard, in this particular instance, everything you are relying on should be made available to him. This is my argument. Else, whatever you have there becomes odious. You should not misconstrue the submissions I have made and go to the gallery. The order you provided on motion, what does it say? Today, let me refer you to some motions. Mr. Speaker, we have a motion here. Motion 10.
Honorable member, let's finish with this issue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you say so. But Mr. Speaker, you should withdraw. I conclude.
I have heard you.
Mr. Speaker, you should withdraw.
I have heard you. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, even though you said in the light side, I think what came up went beyond what is parliamentary. Because you know what is parliamentary. If the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader had sinned against the dress code, that again should have been drawn to the attention of the Speaker or to anybody before even he was given the permission to make submissions. I don't think that the Deputy Majority Leader has sinned against the dress code, and that is why he's accepted. So you should have referred to that and described what he's wearing as a pajamas. So I want you to humbly withdraw that aspect of a light note and move on with the serious business.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to my colleague, I withdraw. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know I'm a Zongo boy. We don't get the opportunity to wear pajamas. We only see them. So when I saw what he was wearing, I don't know even why he's talking, the brand he's talking. I've never worn one. So you should kindly forgive me. It is not intensive to embarrass. I thought what I saw was like a pajamas. But since he takes a serious offense, Mr. Speaker, already myself I said it was a lighter note. I withdraw, and I sincerely apologize to my colleague. I will never refer to what you are wearing as pajamas. It only looks like pajamas. Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, we had another vote of censure on the Minister for Health. It was advertised, all the details were there. I never heard my colleague raise an objection. Mr. Speaker, we had another vote of censure on the Attorney General. We stated the grounds. I never heard him say anything. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague cares to know, I refer him to Article 82(4), where, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read that a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly shows that when we get to the matter, when the motion is going to be moved, the Minister of Finance will be invited to hear all the arguments so that he will be able to be heard in his defense. So, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing wrong with what we have. And my colleague, the Deputy Majority Leader, was just doing his own thing, much ado about nothing, and taking all our time that would have done government business and do other business. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge you to rule him completely out of order. And probably, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, get a training program for him to go and be taught how. With this, Mr. Speaker, I invite the Speaker to rule him completely out. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you have taught us to be decorous. I will not accept such language from him to teach who or take who to which training. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Muntaka should know that if he has nothing important to say on the matter, he shouldn't try to divert to say matters that are unacceptable. He's one person who is very sensitive. Mr. Speaker, I've observed a banter majority leader on numerous occasions. He's very sensitive to words used. I am not sensitive, but I'm drawing your attention to that which you would not want to be said about you. Don't use certain words. You are a leader of this house. I have brought up an argument as to my approach to a procedure, which I think I am on firm grounds. If you disagree with me, use appropriate words to raise your opposition to my argument. Don't say to Mr. Speaker, or don't say for Hansa that I should be taken to wherever for education. With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, I will not accept that. He should withdraw that and apologize. He should withdraw that. If he has nothing to say, Mr. Speaker, he should say so. If he has nothing to say, he should say so. This is a house of debate.
Well, your colleague has taken a very strong objection to that aspect of he being taken to listen to be educated. And so I am tempted to agree with him, and I think that that aspect should be withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw that and replace it with he must take his time and learn how a motion is counted in this house. Mr. Speaker, he's talking about how this motion is being counted as wrong. Mr. Speaker, clearly point to the fact that he doesn't even know how a motion is counted. And Mr. Speaker, I mean it, because if he knows how a motion is counted, there's no way he'll get up opposing how this motion has been counted. Because the standard orders, the practice, there are so many examples in the standard orders and the business that we do in this house that he will not be taking so much of our time talking about how a motion has been counted and wanting it to be only restricted to the heading. Mr. Speaker, he definitely needs to go and look at the standard orders and learn to know how a motion is counted, Mr. Speaker, because the way he's arguing clearly points to the fact that he doesn't know how a motion should be counted.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have practiced well enough in the court of this country. I have lived in this house and have been part of the practice of this house at least well enough to know how a motion is couched. But if you fail to follow the argument of your respected colleague, you are led into this darkness of misconstruing and thinking otherwise when that is not exactly the point he's making. It is clear that you didn't pay attention to my submissions. I am saying that the motion cannot be accompanied with allegations. This is my argument. And that if you so want to rely on those allegations, there must be factual basis for so. And considering the provision under which you come, all cards must be put on the table. Because unlike other motions under 70, 78, 79, and 80 as you refer to, in this case, the requirement is that the respondent, bear in mind that this is a motion that has a respondent. There is a respondent. And that respondent, the motion says, the Constitution says, must be given the opportunity to be heard. I will not just get up and raise trivialities on the floor. I respect the rules, and that is where, when I see a lacuna, I will bring it to the attention of Mr. Speaker. When Mr. Speaker rules, I would accept it. I never even questioned the authority of Mr. Speaker in admitting the motion. That was not my argument. Yet you smuggled that one to in.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Deputy Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I'm not re-arguing.
May you resume?
But it has not been fair.
May you?
And I expect Mr. Speaker's
May
protection.
you resume your seat?
Mr. Speaker, I will. I thank you.
Honorable members, the two of you are in leadership. Deputy Majority Leader and Minority Chief Whip. May you immediately after the adjournment of sitting see me in my chambers. We leave this matter and we move on to the substantive issue that has been raised. Yes, Honorable Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, the import of the Deputy Majority Leader's submissions are twofold. One, he seeks to draw an analogy between our standing orders, specifically Order 79, with the practice and procedure in our courts. By so doing, he argues that because the motion is one of censure, a respondent, as provided for under the Constitution, and for which reason you cannot couch the motion in such a way that you are left with only allegations. So he's making the point that there ought to be some factual basis for the motion. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that there is a distinction between a motion under our orders and a motion as provided for under the rules of court. Mr. Speaker, under the rules of court, it is expressly stated that a motion must be supported by an affidavit. And what is an affidavit made of? It is made of factual depositions. That is expressly provided for under the CI 47. But, Mr. Speaker, under Order 79, mention is not made. Mention is not made. Please, Majority Leader. Nowhere is it stated that a motion must be supported with an affidavit. And so, as much as possible, when you couch a motion under Order 79, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the motion must be captured in the motion paper. And so whatever factual depositions or facts you want to allude to, you must ensure that they are captured in the motion paper. It's as simple as that. Now, if you look at this motion, one says despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. This is factual. It is factual. But the fact that this is factual does not mean that it is proven. At the debate, this fact would have to be proven by the proponents of the motion. The analogy he sought to draw, that the motion ought to be accompanied with factual depositions, is satisfied by one. Mr. Speaker, if you take two says unconstitutional withdrawals from the consolidated fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution. This is a factual, but not proven. The proof rests in the hands of the plenary. In the course of the debate, the supporting evidence would have to be adduced to substantiate this particular fact, which has been alluded to. Mr. Speaker, if we were to support this motion with an affidavit, the affidavit would not capture anything beyond what has been stated here. It will not capture any information other than what has been captured here. But the point I made, and I would like to restate, is that under Order 79, or motion for, as we have couched them time without number, there is no rule which requires that factual depositions be made as is done in courts of law with supporting affidavits. So with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, this motion is properly before you, and that is why you rightly admitted it. If the Deputy Majority Leader is minded, he should come by motion, substantive motion, to challenge your decision to admit.
Honourable members, the exchanges so far underscores the urgent need for this House it underscores the urgent need for Parliament to put in place a program for further education of members on the practice and procedures of the House. We need to sit together, dialogue, and exchange views on the Constitution and the standing orders. Beyond the standing orders, the rulings of speakers, and we have literature on the law and custom of Parliament. That is what, as usual said, is unknown to the courts. The fact that the concept of democracy has remained the same concept. Only practices have been different from time to time, from place to place. But in it is embedded the two duality of separation of powers and checks and balances. And for us to be able to play our role properly, we need to have continuous education on these matters. What you raise is a serious, very serious matter to guide the House as to how to couch motions. Actually, when I received the motion as drafted and submitted to me, I took pains to go through not only the Constitution, but the detailed provisions of our standing orders. And I had to deeply consider some of these issues that you have raised and came to the conclusion that the motion was properly drafted. I also took the next step to sit with both the majority and the minority leader on this matter. We discussed it before even I admitted it and then submitted it to the clerk's office. And then a clerk who is head of the table and the chief advisor to the speaker then couch out what should constitute or what the contents of the motion should be. And so when you read the Constitution properly and then our standing orders, you see that no error has been made. Why did they say notice? The notice that has been given on the order paper is a notice to the world. And so it's notice to the minister concerned. And the minister will have to have, as you rightly stated, sufficient information as to the allegations that have been made against him, so that he could prepare. During debate, he will come to put across his defense. And that is why in the law, they talked about the grounds of the motion for censure. And you have not only to call on the members to come and listen to you to move a motion, but you should tell them what are the basis, what are the grounds for that motion. And I think exactly that is what has been done by the sponsors of the motion. I rightfully admitted it, and the notice has been given. This notice is for 7 sitting days, not 7 normal days, 7 sitting days. That's my understanding of the law. And then after that, 14 days from the receipt. Don't forget, the time is counted from the receipt of the motion by the speaker. And the receipt, definitely there will be my office stamp on the document to show that it was received in my office this day. And I'm bound by it. I cannot say that I wasn't available and I didn't see it. They will count from that day. That's 14 days. And so that is what we're going by. The minister definitely sends his notice to the public, will have sufficient basis to prepare his defense, and the minister will be given the opportunity to submit his defense during the debate. And at the end of the day, the law is clear as to the support that such a motion should get to constitute a censure. And it's not a small support. It's quite a huge support of members. We are dealing with members of parliament, not any other person. When you are talking about censorship, this is part of the power and authority of parliament. After the election, the authority and power of the people is enshrined in parliament. And whatever and whoever they've elected is given to take control until the next election. And when we fail to take this authority and power and exercise it for and on behalf of the people suffer. And that is why it's only Parliament that can impeach the president. It's only Parliament that can censure a minister, a speaker, and a deputy speaker. Nobody else. So we have the power. And you know, in those cases, you need to test support of the members. And that's very serious. It's only in the case of the speaker, you need 3/4, which is more serious. So to be able to remove the referee seated here, there must be a serious conspiracy to get 3/4 to remove the referee. Because of these powers that you have, through your own terms, exercised for and on behalf of the people, elected the speaker. So the percentage is higher than the rest. And so please, honorable members, I didn't want us to go into the details of this matter, but be sure that before I admitted the motion, a lot of consideration went into it. And if there's any need for us in future to sit together and go through, because there are other earlier motions that were taken by this House. Many were not actually moved because of the usual channels of communication, the dialogue between two sides. And so this is another motion which has followed precedent. I don't want people to always say that when it is in my favor, that is good precedent. When it's against me, it's bad precedent. That definitely, you can't keep on approbating and reprobating. You can't be blowing hot and cold. And we had one of them yesterday. You know, even though I didn't directly want to say that the precedent that was set in the Erica Martin's case was good law and was properly followed yesterday. But that was the import of the ruling of yesterday. It was not bad law or bad precedent. And so my honorable member of parliament for the powerful people of Windy Bay, now called Winneba. You've done well by drawing our attention, but I think the proper thing has been done, and we should leave it as it is. I know as we keep on joining, we'll do what is proper in this House. And because of this motion, you know what has happened to the state of our city. Just because people are gaining confidence that action is being taken, the city gained some value. And Parliament should be commended. It climbed from about $60 to around $13. That is a serious gain for this country, and it's because there's some confidence given to the people that action is being taken to rectify the wrongs. Please, let's play our role properly and effectively, and at the end of the day, we will all benefit from it. With this, I thank you for drawing attention to it, but in good faith, the property is being done. Yes.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
As always, once you have made a determination, I must have few words. And I thank you for your determination on this matter. The records would always be the reference point. So I thank you. Having thanked you, Mr. Speaker, I would want to tease the minds of the House to another important thing which you introduced in your ruling, that when notice on our order paper is said, it's a notice to the whole world. Mr. Speaker, my view is that considering the fact that the minister is not a member of parliament, and the fact that even when questions are advertised, there is this transmission of communication to the minister concerned, wouldn't it be tidier, Mr. Speaker, that since this motion has its own unique characteristics, that we formally serve him this notice? But Mr. Speaker, this is my view. If it is advertised, that is a notice to the world, and that puts him on notice. So be it. Mr. Speaker, our democracy is not ending today. Things that I'm raising that they may disagree, tomorrow it will come back and they will say that they need it.
Honorable Member, I will just pray that you be given that opportunity to serve as a Minister of State, because you get to understand the procedure better. When a question is filed and is admitted by the Speaker, the clerk's office transmits it straight to the Speaker, to the person concerned, Minister also, before publication on the order paper. That is different from this one. That is different. That is different. Please get the two. Because that time, it is not yet noticed to the world, because it's not been published. So it is submitted. And then, by the standing orders, the minister is to submit a written answer or response within 2 weeks. But because of the weakness of our public sector, we know how difficult it is to get information from the smallest unit at the district level and to transmit it through the region to come to the national, the ministry, before the minister. It takes time. We relax those rules, and sometimes it takes a month or more for us to get the written answers. So by that time, they are giving notice. By the time we then publish the question on the order paper, the minister is aware. Now, it is you leaders who then, not under any rule, try to draw their attention that after the business committee has scheduled the meetings, that is the order of business, that you are to appear before the House to answer questions on this day. That is your business. It's just how you build relationship with your colleagues in the executive. But it's not in the standing orders of the House. So that is very different. But this one, straight away from the Constitution to our standing orders, once it's received by the Speaker, I am to admit it if it conforms to the provisions of the Constitution and the standing orders. Then the count starts. And so the only way to make sure that the minister concerned gets notice of it is to publish it in the order paper. And that is public record. And public record is record to the world. That is why even in asking questions, admissibility, we are guided as to whether it's a public record that should be known. And therefore, no need for you to ask a question on it because you should have known it yourself. That's why the speakers are guided by those rules. And so there's a difference, marked differences between the two. And I don't see why you are comparing the two. In any case, please, let's go back to our order paper and go according to the agenda of today. But I see Deputy Majority Whip, yes.
Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance, Article 82.
Again?
Your guidance.
What did you say?
Your guidance.
For my guidance.
Yeah, I'm seeking your guidance with regards to, Mr. Speaker, seeking your guidance with regards to Article 82.4. Mr. Speaker, Article 82.4, with your permission, this states that a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled, during the debate, to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, like the Deputy Leader was saying, if the Minister is not properly communicated to, if in the case that he's not a Member of Parliament, then how did he appear before the House to give his defense? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What do you mean by properly communicated to? What does that mean?
Mr. Speaker, if I may assist my colleague, Mr. Speaker, we are simply saying that when a question is passed, like you rightly said, there is a transmission of the question to the minister once you admit it. Once that question is admitted. And that communication goes to the minister before the advertisement, which advertisement appears in our order paper. Mr. Speaker, the contention from the majority bench is that we are not in any way against the motion, saying that our concern is because the minister is not a member of parliament, he is not part of our procedures. Once you take the question, the motion, wouldn't it be tidier? Because, Mr. Speaker, in this particular motion, specific reference is made to the minister being heard when the motion is moved. That specific provision is there, that the minister must be heard. All we are asking is, Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be proper to get a communication to the minister once you admit the motion, that this motion has been admitted and it's essential motion and this is the text of the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the view of the chair, which is well placed in the east of this chamber, is to the fact that there is no such requirement to serve the minister or put him on notice, and that the notice in our order paper is sufficient, Mr. Speaker, we go by it. We can't challenge it.
Honorable member, you know it. You can't put something on nothing. It will fall. If you could just draw my attention to any legal basis for what you are referring to as proper notice, which means this notice to a well is improper. Just draw my attention to it. Then I can put the something on something so that it can stand. Just draw my attention to the law that you are referring to.
Mr. Speaker, a person to whom allegations are made against must be heard and properly heard. Mr. Speaker, it is for nothing that in our criminal jurisprudence, procedural errors are frowned at. Mr. Speaker, if we want to go on the path of substance over form, I have no problem. Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on the precedents and our rule on admissibility of questions and transmission of questions after you've admitted. That authority and navigate mutatis mutandis for same to be applied here. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, you have admitted a motion, a serious constitutional matter. My contention is that once you've admitted, it would have to be advertised, which is an imperative of the Constitution. That 7 days notice and then 14 days within, which after you've received, and you took pain to take us through. All I am saying is that it would be tidier. It would have met squarely the rules of natural justice, which requires a person to be properly heard. Notice to the person is part of the rule. Proper notice, Mr. Speaker, that is why it cannot just be that, yes, I know this is not a court, but this is a house of procedure. I've already said that I'm relying on an earlier provision. And relying on it, I am saying that we can adopt it with the necessary amendment. The Speaker knows it. But if Mr. Speaker disagrees with me, I would rest my case because he is the final authority on that. All I am saying is that because the man is not a member of parliament, he is not a member of parliament, we should not apply the general rule that once we advertise here. Mr. Speaker, other than that, even when we make rulings, you make rulings, or when we pass a resolution, there will be no requirement to serve the Ministry of Finance or the appropriate ministry with that resolution. It must then be assumed that once we pass a resolution and the whole public is on notice because it will come in our hands, it is sufficient. But, Mr. Speaker, when we pass a resolution, we go a step further to transmit that communication. Although it's a practice that we engage in the eyes of the public, although our hands will capture it, that minister concerned would not assume that Parliament has just passed a resolution. Parliament would have to transmit. When we pass our appropriation bill, we transmit to Mr. President to assent it. Although Mr. President may be sitting in his office and may be observing proceedings and know that indeed Parliament has passed this law. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the basis upon which you invited me to assist. This is the basis, or these are the basis upon which I mount my argument. But, Mr. Speaker, again, if your view, which would remain superior anyway, is the case, which I will not contest it, I can only be persuasive, I would yield in obedience, and we move on. I thank you, sir.
Honorable Member, I gave you the latitude to say all what you said because of education, not only of members, but of the general public. As I sit here as Speaker in my role as presiding officer. As a presiding officer. In some places, they use the word chair. The matter you just spoke about is administrative. And I perform that role as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Board. Those submissions are submissions that could be made at the administrative level to try to draw our attention to some weakness in that system. These are not plenary matters that are raised on the floor to be debated. These are not what you just referred to. If you look at the issue of questions, there's good reason why there's ample guidance in the standing orders on admissibility of questions. It is not the same when you are dealing with issues of motions, petitions, and papers. It's not. you are using a general principle of law, mutatis mutandi. But please, you know the law again, that if the drafters of the law intended for that to be done, they would have expressly stated it in the law. Because the admissibility of questions and the admissibility of motions are not governed by the same provisions in the Constitution. Practice and procedure different. And so the Speaker is given the latitude in dealing with motions to take a lot of things into consideration, not just what is used to guide the issues of questions. There's a lot of political questions when you are dealing with motions. And that is why I told you that even before we got to this stage, I had to have discussion even with your leaders. You were not present. Because as we sit here, we just don't work for members of parliament, we work for the nation. And you measure every action that you take here, its impact and effect on the state of the nation, particularly the economy. And so please, I don't take these decisions lightly. It's not just a matter of putting it on record. Somebody could differ from my position in future depending on the context and the circumstances of the day. Seasons do change. But in present circumstances, I think this is the best thing to do for the nation. And my admission definitely is unassailable. We end it here. We move on to item 4. Statements. The Majority Chief Whip has, and he drew my attention to the agency of the statement. We also have Honorable Wayome, who has a statement to make, and 2 other honorable members. I will allow my colleague, the second Deputy Speaker, to take the chair and listen to you, but I'm available if there's an issue. I will come back for us to discuss together. So, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair, but Majority Chief Whip, you can start with your statement.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the space granted. The Speaker, in November 2022, the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt will host the 27th conference of the parties of the UNCCC, and this is called the COP27, with a view to building on previous successes and paving the way for future ambition to effectively tackle the global challenge of climate change. Nicknamed the African COP, COP27 is set to build on previous successes and serve as an opportunity for stakeholders to effectively tackle the global challenge of climate change and pave the way for future ambitions. Speaker, African countries continue to disproportionately face the brunt of climate change, although they contribute little to it. The event also comes as a continent reels from several extreme weather events, such as droughts and destructive floods, thus increasing the threat of food insecurity. Speaker, Africa contributes 3% to greenhouse gas emissions, but suffers disproportionately from its negative impacts. Statistics indicate that in the last 5 years, rains have been rare in Cape Verde, an island on the Central Atlantic Ocean, whereas in
Honourable
Mauritania...
Member, second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Whereas in Mauritania, vast areas have been deserted because of lack of rain. Speaker, the African Development Bank Group, acting Chief Economist and Vice President Kevin Urema, emphasized that Africa has been losing from 5 to 15% of its GDP per capita growth because of climate change and its related impacts, but needs about $1.6 trillion between 2022 and 2030 to meet its nationally determination contributions, or the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. Speaker, Africa today loses between $7 billion and $15 billion a year to climate change. And if these mechanisms remain the same, it will be $50 billion a year by 2030. Africa doesn't have access to the financing it needs to adapt to climate change and meet nationally determined contributions. By 2030, Africa will need about 1.3 to 1.6 trillion as estimated. Speaker, according to the International Food Policy Research Institute, by 2050, climate change will lead to higher temperatures and mixed rainfall, leading to changes in crop yields and growth in the agriculture sector. Higher food prices, less availability of land, and increased child malnutrition. Warming in sub-Saharan Africa is expected to be higher than the global average, and many regions of the continent will get less rainfall. Reduced rainfall will be particularly devastating in these countries that are heavily dependent on rain for agricultural production. With Africa's rate of population growth, food supply will be hard priced to keep up with demand. Speaker, adaptation is Africa's biggest challenge. The big question thus lies, how do you adapt to what you didn't cause? In the years to come, preparing for the impact of climate change, known as climate change adaptation, will be essential for African nations. Adaptation Gap Report 2020 found that while nations have advanced in planning and implementing adaptation projects, huge gaps remain, especially in finance for developing countries. Speaker, one approach to adaptation which is rapidly gaining traction is nature-based solutions. These draw on the systems of the natural world to overcome the challenges wrought by climate change, and their benefit can be huge. For example, a report by the UN Environment Programme in 2021 indicates that protecting forests and mangroves alone could prevent some $500 billion in yearly climate-related losses. Going forward into COP27, Speaker, we must deliver climate adaptation finance at scale. The AFDB and the Global Center on Adaptation developed and rolled out what's called the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is to mobilize some $25 billion in climate adaptation finance for Africa. It is the largest ever effort on adaptation in Africa or even globally. Speaker, climate change in Africa is an increasingly serious threat and hence categorizes Africa as one of the most vulnerable continents to the effects of climate change. This vulnerability is driven by a range of factors that include weak adaptation capacity, high dependence on ecosystem goods for livelihoods, and less developed agricultural production systems. The risks of climate change on agricultural production, security, water, resources, ecosystem services will likely have increased severe consequences on lives and sustainable development prospects on the continent. Speaker, climate change will increasingly impact Africa due to many factors. These impacts are already being felt and will increase in magnitude if action is not taken to reduce the global carbon emissions. The impacts include higher temperatures, droughts, changing rainfall patterns, and increased climate variability. These conditions have a bearing on energy production and consumption. The recent drought in many African countries, which has been linked to climate change, adversely affected both energy security and economic growth across the continent. Speaker, it is a known fact that African Union, through its renewable energy initiative, is working towards transformative, African-owned and African-led inclusive efforts to accelerate and scale up the harnessing of the continent's huge renewable energy potential. That targets to generate some 300 GW of renewable energy by the year 2020. Speaker, nonetheless, external input in achieving these priorities can be obtained if the African energy transition strategy is clearly mapped out. The issue of being African-owned will be adequately addressed. Speaker, through recent discussions, at a meeting in which I participated, I, together with a group of members of parliament from other countries, deliberated on Africa's priorities in the current challenging geopolitical context in preparation towards COP27 in Italy. And these came up, amongst others, as action points. Speaker, capacity building for local population on energy transition, including the role they can play. This should sensitize the population on national and sub-national level on the advantages of renewable energy and efficiency practices and opportunities for their engagement. Speaker, create and strengthen African-EU partnership for renewables. African leaders need to foster partnership with the European Union that will prioritize sustainable investments and technologies to enhance renewable energy development in Africa. This should catalyze just and inclusive energy transition in the region. Speaker, in conclusion, as the focus of energy transition is shifted towards resilient policy framework designs, members of parliament should be empowered to take a frontal role in the climate diplomacy and governance strategies of especially developing African countries. This should be seen in collaborative climate policy enactments that create a holistic African climate policy regime that prioritizes similar energy transition projects to attain a net effect. And Speaker, now the narrative is focusing on developing the African-owned piece of legislation. And we are reliably informed that our neighbors, Nigeria, have passed the Climate Act. Kenya have done the same. Uganda has also followed suit. I want to use this opportunity and the space granted, Speaker, to make a clarion call on this August House that it's time for us to rally around the call for Ghana to develop its own piece of legislation that will eventually deal and address the ravaging effects of climate change, which is becoming very telling and reflecting in all spheres of life. Thankfully, the causative agents of climate change Scientists have confirmed that human factors contribute 90%. And in conclusion, Speaker, I want to say that once human factors constitute 90% of the causal effect, humans have an important and audacious role to play for the continents, the Earth as a continent, to resolve the challenges and the ravages of climate change. We are privileged to host, Africa is privileged to host another COP in Egypt, and it's a real opportunity for us to confirm our position and decision when it comes to climate finance and to deal with losses and damage. Speaker, thank you for the space granted, and I urge my colleagues to contribute in the statement just delivered. I'm grateful for the space.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me firstly invite the lady, member for Kolikoti.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by Honourable Anodompe on issues relating to the climate. Indeed, Africa is responsible for only 2% of the emissions and yet disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. And based on this alone, it is quite clear that whatever support that the EU and other more industrialized nations are going to give towards the countries in Africa, it is more than just an idea of profit for them. It's a moral responsibility for those who are contributing more towards the pollution of our planet, have a greater responsibility to ensure that they are supporting lesser industrialized nations to actually have access to affordable and simple technology that is in the interest of preserving our climate. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the drive towards renewable energy and technology must not be one that is so expensive that it becomes an abstract concept for the average person in our various countries. And if we are really to have greater access given to our various constituents, Mr. Speaker, the current model that exists of government-to-government cooperation on climate-related matters, which overemphasizes the role of the executive at the expense of members of parliament, needs to be looked at again. Because every member of parliament here is representative of a part of this country and of their constituents. And we have direct contact with our constituents and have a very vested interest in ensuring that technology and the necessary resources towards mitigating the effects of climate change are made accessible to our constituents. Mr. Speaker, to add to what my honourable colleague mentioned, the Climate Act in Uganda, interestingly enough, is such that no budget of any ministry, department or agency can have parliamentary approval without having gone through the specifics of its impact on climate change and how it's contributing to mitigate this effect. And interestingly enough, the same applies for gender mainstreaming, where budgets that are coming before the parliament in Uganda cannot be given approval unless they satisfy the criteria for gender mainstreaming as well. Mr. Speaker, as we look towards COP27, which is round the corner, it is my prayer that we will fight for this continent to ensure that we do not become the bottom of the food chain yet again, as we have been in the whole drive in fossil fuel energy. Mr. Speaker, the equity that we seek in terms of renewable and green energy must be one that makes it fair and that makes it just for all people across the continent of Africa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let him come to Western Region Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank the maker of the statement for this positive note on climate change. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the text and the contribution, you come to realize that we are told that Africa causes only 2, 3, and sometimes in literature 4% of the problems with climate change. Clearly, what it means is that if Africa has to borrow for adaptation in the climate agenda, then that money should not, I believe, should not come from Africa. In fact, it should be coming from those who are causing the problems. Mr. Speaker, if you take
coastal Ghana, virtually all the coastal protection work that we are doing is being funded from our own oil revenues in this country. Who are the rising sea level caused by the high temperatures are not caused by us in Africa. So why should we be using our hard-earned oil money to be financing these coastal protection programs, when in fact the rise in sea levels, the amount of carbon that are being put into the atmosphere are caused by those outside or the industrialized nations? I believe that it is time for a climate change reparation from those who have been causing it. Because if we are causative of only 2%, 3%, 4%, why should we be spending our money doing these things? So I believe that we need to make a huge demand on the industrialized nation for causing this mess that is creating a global crisis for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I also do believe that one of the things that we need to be looking at is that today we talk about energy transitions. And with all the African countries that have oil resources, gas resources, and the like, are being told to turn to other energy sources. It's good. But we need to do it such that we can benefit from these resources. And at the same time, not only being made as users of other people's technologies and systems, but rather we should also create our own technologies and systems in our own country so that we can get the value of these inventions instead of always using other people's resources. For instance, how come that when we talk about solar street lights, we are always importing them from other places? We should be developing our own solar street lights. How come if we want to even do wind turbines, we have to be importing them from other places? Our universities here should be given a mandate to start looking at these technologies so they can develop it for us, and then we can keep the value in our countries as Africans. And in Ghana especially, we cannot continue to be waiting on other people's technologies and always using our hard-earned dollars to be importing from other people, when we also have the same engineers that can create these for us. I believe that one of the biggest opportunities we have in this whole energy transition is the sun. In fact, we have it virtually 18 hours a day. Unfortunately, we are not putting that to good use. When we talk about glass, we talk about panels, we can easily develop these things in our universities and our industries here in this country. And I therefore want to use this opportunity to call on the Association of Ghana Industry, the Chamber of Commerce, to come together, and the universities to come together to deliver these technologies that we can seriously use in this country to make sure that we are able to do so. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, all I want to say is that we should not use our own hard-earned money to do this, because those causing these problems, 90% comes from the industrial nation, and they have to pay for it. Secondly, I do believe that we need to start developing our own technologies so that we don't become a contributor of more than 4% going forward from now, and therefore we need to create our own technologies so that our people can use it. And like the speaker said, 90% of the problems with climate change are human-centered. And that's why I believe that the government policy of making sure that people do not mine in forest areas as a red zone should be taken seriously. And I also do believe that where they have been mined already, those responsible, especially the small-scale mining industries members, should be encouraged to go back, reclaim those land, and replant them so that they become carbon sinks to capture the carbon dioxide that has been put out there to create increased temperatures in the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to it.
Let me come to Bia East.
I think, Mr. Speaker, you mean Bia West.
Bia West. Dr.
Maybe one day you get it right. Bia West.
Bia West, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting to hear the maker of the statement and his own personal participation in the processes that he is alluding to with regard to the bigger picture of climate change and its effect on our societies. As we prepare for COP27, The world is going to come together, statements are going to be made. For us, at the very bottom, the grassroots level of society, this is extremely important because the challenges we have continue to divest us of the interests we have and increasingly makes life much more difficult. For farmers in Bia West, farmers in Bia East, Dwaboso district, Bodi, Akontomra, these were bread baskets of Ghana. Food production, abundance, and especially our main cash crop, cocoa. Interestingly, these crops are dying and the land is no longer fertile. All the scientists are telling us is because of climate change. Indeed, it is extremely important for us to really get solutions that are sustainable, because what is happening is these changes are affecting the normal pattern of rain and the normal pattern of sunshine that are needed by different crops to thrive. As a result of that, it is increasingly difficult for these farmers to succeed. And when they don't succeed at that end, it affects the rest of our agricultural life in our country. And so when we are looking at rain-fed grain, rain-fed cocoyam, yams, and all the other crops that we depend upon, and now the rain pattern cannot be predictable, that we have a rainy season, we have a dry season, and the rain is coming everywhere, is affecting us adversely. And much more, as that occurs, the implications are abundant, even for town and urban planning. We have so many places that are flooding unpredictably. We didn't know any of these things will happen. The calendar that we have for farmers to plant at a certain time and for harvest to occur at certain times, and maybe maize can be raised 2 or 3 times in the year, are all unpredictable. For us that are not involved very much in irrigation to produce food, if we can predict when we will plant, and therefore to have abundant rain in order for the crops to grow, or to have too much grain that destroy our farms, then we are not going anywhere. It will mean that a farmer in a village in Adesu is going to still depend on imports from China. We're going to depend on food from Vietnam in order to survive. The current market situation doesn't augur well for us. So with our growth in population and the needs, with our challenges that we have in the consumption levels, all of those things go back to the pattern of the climate. And therefore, the changes for the better would ensure that we have a better society where resources critical for our survival are available. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about that, then we need to focus on educating our citizenry so that we appreciate the impacts. Of course, we have alluded to the fact that it's only 2% of emissions that are produced in Africa. But when you take a green map of Africa in 1970 compared to 2020, 40 years difference, you will find that, 50 years difference, you will find that it was green all the way almost to Egypt. Today, all the Sahara areas are all brown because everything is dying out. The heat level is high. We are forced to use air conditions in situations where we didn't have to. Implicitly, we need a lot of education for this to happen, so that we can survive in our context and be able to thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, the concern raised by the maker of the statement is critical, and as we prepare for CAP 27, we pray the House and the community at large that whether it is legislation, whether it is enactment of different policies, that must all come together for us to respond responsibly so that the society we have will be one that we will be happy to live in. With these words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me lastly come to Madina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me also add my voice to congratulate the maker of this statement. Indeed, it's a very, very timely statement and a very important statement because matters of climate change are becoming matters of national security and must be taken very seriously. Right Honorable Speaker, the National Security Strategic Report that was published by the Ministry of National Security had this to say about climate change. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, it says that the consequences of climate change tend to amplify the impact of existing national security risks that endanger the security of humans, ecosystems, the economy, infrastructure, and societies as a whole, as it worsens the risk of food insecurity and malnutrition and increases the frequency and intensity of disasters such as droughts, floods, storms, which in turn have adverse effect on livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the issues of climate change are today very serious issues of national security. And that is why I back the calls to enact a climate change act that will assemble all the efforts of the state in one piece of legislation as a response to matters of climate change. Mr. Speaker, anytime you talk about climate change, it's so easy for you to look at climate change as a foreign concept. But what we are experiencing today as a people are all issues or effects of climate change. Like my colleague contributed earlier, today we don't know, the rain patterns that we have as a people. We used to have clear rainy seasons and we have dry seasons. As we speak today, we can't say for a fact when we are experiencing dry season or when we are experiencing rainy season. And now, even when the rains come, they are more intense. When the sun comes, it's more intense. So clearly, the effect of climate change is already here with us. And that is why it is important that we take this very seriously. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the obligation imposed on every citizen in the 1992 Constitution, it's an obligation that extends to protection of our environment, which extends to the need for proactive action towards climate change. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to read Article 41 of the Constitution. It says that the exercise and enjoyment of the rights and freedoms in respect, the exercise of our rights and freedoms is inseparable from the performance of duties and obligations, and accordingly, it shall be the duty of every citizen, K, to protect and safeguard the environment. It is the duty of every citizen to protect and safeguard the environment. Mr. Speaker, you cannot protect and safeguard the environment if you are not willing to take proactive steps to address matters of climate change. And that is why I again back the cause by one of our colleagues in respect of the illegal mining issues of Galamsey. Now, the effect of this illegal mining on our environment can be exacerbated when the effect of climate change comes really on us as a people. And so the matters of climate change is a matter of collective survival. If we are willing to fight to survive together, then this is the time for us to come together to enact that very important Climate Change Act so that we can provide a clear policy direction as to how we address matters of climate change as a country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Yes, let him give the very last slot to member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
For now, the iceberg portion in the ocean has no use. But you see, the challenge is that because of the climate change that it is melting, when it gets melted, and we are now seeing the rare marine space, now countries will begin to fight for that space. For now, it seems not to have any use because it's an iceberg. And therefore, the marine space isn't there. But I'm telling you, the moment it gets completely melted and it's created the space for the marine space, countries will now begin to fight for that space. And the high tides are coming, and our landing beaches are being lost. Mr. Speaker, you see, the issue is about what are we doing to ensure that in our jurisdiction as a country, we can do our best to minimize or mitigate the risk of climate change. I hope by now we've really identified the risk areas. And if we identify the risk areas, then there should be a cogent plan to mitigate the risk areas. And Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement mentioned mangroves. And mostly mangroves are found in lagoons and estuaries. And we all know the purpose of mangroves. Mr. Speaker, what is the status of our lagoons and our estuaries right now? And it is this reason why in trying to revise the 2008 Fisheries and Aquaculture Policy, we've made lagoon a stand-alone focal area to ensure that we will bring lagoons back to life. The mangroves will come back. It becomes a hiding space for fish to spawn. Mr. Speaker, SDG 14, life under the ocean or life under the sea, is hugely challenged because of the climate change. And I believe where we are now, we should begin to look at species that can be resistant to the new climatic changes that we're facing. Mr. Speaker, as a result, there are resources available for each country to utilize. For now, that we are also the God-given resources given to us in the hydrocarbons. And if you look at the decision being taken for electrical cars and all, at each stage of the industrial revolution, and at this stage of whatever revolution that is coming in terms of economics and development, Africa is at the losing end. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must have our own strategic plan and stand by it. When you come to the vegetable area, Mr. Speaker, we've lost already the smooth cayenne because we did not have a firm position. We allow ourselves to be led into accepting the MD2, which now technologically we cannot culture and grow it. And we've thrown away the smooth cayenne, the best species, the best that can be used to blend and develop pineapple juice out of it. I foresee the same thing going to happen. That if we are not careful and derive the risk areas and have a mitigation plan that we can stand by it as a country, we will be found wanting. Mr. Speaker, our own actions and activity has broken the ecosystem. The ecosystem is an interdependent system. And if you take even an iota out of that cycle, it becomes a challenge to repair. It's a good statement made, and I think that we must all pay attention to our environment and then also make sure we mitigate the consequence of the climate change. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me take the second statement from Honorable Member for South Tong, Honorable Kwabena Mensah Oyomi, to eulogize the late ex-corporal Prince Amati. Yes, Honorable, you have the floor. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to eulogize the fallen hero who contributed his quota to boxing in Ghana. The late Prince Amati was born on 25th June 1944 in Ho, in the Volta region, to Mr. Kwashi Amati, a native of Big Adan, and Madam Janet Agrippa of Aduvivi clan from Ho, both deceased. Mr. Speaker, the late Prince Amati had his basic and secondary education in Ho and enrolled in the Ghana Armed Forces in the early 1960s and served to the rank of a corporal till his premature retirement in the mid-1970s. As a young, bubbling, energetic man, Prince had passion for sports and honed his skills in the pugilist game. His passion, commitment, and excellent displays endeared him to the handlers of the national team, Black Bombers, and was invited to join greats like Clement I. Corte Sr., Eddie Blaze Sr., Joe Dake, Dodo Wellington, Jojo Miles, Thomas Arimi, Alassane Brahima, Casey Ai, Sami Abe, Eko Crane, Amu Amos Ajao, Sule Shitu, Aaron Papula, among others, to form a formidable team to represent Ghana at major international competitions. Africa, Commonwealth, and Olympic Games. An era Ghana was adjudged best boxing nation in the Commonwealth with regards to laurels and medals won. Mr. Speaker, Prince Amati started his boxing career at the light middleweight division, where he participated in the maiden All-African Games, now known as the African Games, in 1965 in Congo-Brazzaville, and won a gold medal, and also won bronze at the 1968 Games in Dakar, Senegal. He was part of Ghana's team to the 1966 and 1970 Commonwealth Games in Kingston, Jamaica, and Edinburgh in Scotland, respectively, but didn't win a medal. Lost his opening bout to Patrick Doherty of Northern Ireland at the 1970 Games. Prince Amati also participated in the World Armed Forces Games in 1971, Rotterdam, Netherlands, where he moved up as middleweight. Former Youth and Sports Minister, His Excellency Major Retired Amaka Matthew, and late former President Jerry John Rawlings served as the managers of the Armed Forces boxing team then. Mr. Speaker, ex-Corporal Prince Amati won a bronze medal for Ghana in 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, Germany, where he represented the country's third medal at the Global Sports Meet. His record stood for 20 years before the Olympic football team, the Black Meteors, replicated it with another bronze in 1992 in Barcelona, Spain, and featherweight Samuel Techi winning bronze at the last Olympic Games in Tokyo, Japan, in individual sports for the nation. Mr. Speaker, despite the significant achievement of ex-Corporal Prince Amate towards boxing in Ghana, he lived a miserable life and took up menial jobs just to survive after he left the Ghana Army in 1974 due to health challenges. This is a sad situation indeed, although there were some interventions by the Ghana Armed Forces and Ho-based Social Club 50 that helped his situation. These were still not enough for a person who fought to raise the flags of Ghana that high. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we must begin to name and reward our heroes when they are alive and ensure they have a peaceful and joyful end. As amateurs, it's a known fact that they don't earn much to live on after retirement from the game. It is in this regard that the state, through the Ministry of Youth and Sport, must put together a package to cater for their needs. The trend of neglecting all who have fought for this country at a point in time, particularly amateur boxers, must surely end. Mr. Speaker, ex-Corporal Prince Amate died on 23rd September 2022 at age 78 and will be laid to rest this weekend, the 28th of October 2022, at the new military cemetery, Burma Camp. I therefore place a humble call on government to give the family the needed support for a befitting burial for our fallen hero. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. I will invite two contributors. Yes. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Baba.
I want to commend the maker of this statement, which is a tribute to the late ex-Corporal Prince Amate. Mr. Speaker, if you go into the records, he won a bronze medal in 1972 in Munich, West Germany. Mr. Speaker, it took Ghana another 50 years. 50 years for boxing to re-establish its name in the annals of the Olympic Games by winning another bronze medal in the Japan Olympics in the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the decline in sports is because we do not honor our heroes and rights. Mr. Speaker, the late Corporal Prince Amate virtually died as a pooper, but for the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces, through its battalion in Ho, rehabilitated him with a shopping center. Prince Amate was virtually living on the streets. Mr. Speaker, 50 years, half a century, for us to get an Olympic medal in boxing is quite a disgraceful trend. Ghana was once adjudged the best boxing nation in the Commonwealth, but we could not sustain this accolade because of our poor administration in the management of sportsmen and women to become role models for the future of the youth in sports. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that others who have not even reached that status of bringing honors to this country are even treated better than our sportsmen and women. It is also a fact that an attempt was made in the past to establish an endowment fund for sportsmen and women, but that has not been able to go beyond the date that it was announced, and it died prematurely. It is now time that we look at our heroes in sports and honor them by establishing an endowment fund funded by the government, corporate bodies. The national lotteries, for instance, can be one. Ghana National Petroleum Corporation can also be one. And then other bodies can support through annual fundraising activities. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn the late Corporal Prince Amati, this endowment fund can be named after him, which will then become the avenue through sports awards and then also the payment of pensions to our sportsmen and women. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has a big task to play in this role, and I urge the minister to set up a committee to look at rewarding our sportsmen and women anytime that they bring honors to this country. Otherwise, all our efforts in investment in sports will be like putting water in a basket and then it will go down the drain. 50 years, half a century for boxing to produce a medal at the Olympic Games is a big disgrace to our nation, which was once touted as the best sporting country in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement presented by my colleague, who is my ranking member on sports, for the late Prince Amati. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On that note, we bring statement time to a close, and I would like to thank the makers as well as contributors to both statements. Where is leadership? Available leader? Any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I think once the statements are over, then it behooves on us to move to a motion.
Well. Yes, available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the substantive leaders are not around. We are only holding the fort, and we cannot move any motion if they are not here. So I will expect, don't vacate the seat. My brother, Honorable, please come back. So, if it is in your bosom, so we can continue with business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think the leadership, both sides agree that we take motion 7 and 8. So I will invite members to page 2. That is now public business, page 2. Page 2, item listed 7. Motion May I invite the chairman of the committee to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, coincidentally, I happen to be the chairman for the committee which is supposed to move the motion. And I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion listed 7 on the order paper, page 2, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise on the audited financial statement of Ghana Cocobod for the 2019-2020 financial year. And in doing so, I want to present the committee's report. I want the answer department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I draw this honorable House attention to some of the observations, especially at paragraph 34 of the committee's report. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to read.
Chairman, hold on. Have you distributed the report? I don't have a copy.
The report was, Mr. Speaker, it was distributed this morning, and members have the copy. It's yesterday and today it was distributed.
Very well. Honourable Member, you may contribute. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, on the paragraph 34 of the committee's report, with your permission, I say that I read. The committee is of the view that the board must begin to wean itself off the rituals of syndication. The committee believes that the proceeds from the living income differential agreed between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire on the one hand and buyers on the other, amounting to $400 per ton, should be escrowed to accommodate the required capital to fund purchases in about 5 years. The LID receives on the average production of 800,000 tons per year should amount to $320 million a year and should generate the required amount to replace the expensive syndication loans if prudentially managed in an escrow account. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee believes that without radical management decision to halt the breeding of the Cocobod, its chances of remaining as an going concern are slim. The committee urges the government to honor its debt obligations to the board and explore ways of improving the working capital of the Ghana Cocobod. After thorough examination, the audited financial statement of Ghana Cocobod for the 2019-2020 financial year, the committee recommends to the House
the approval of this report. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Very well. The ranking Honorable Dr. Pabadongo.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second and support the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State-owned Enterprises. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight a few issues. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been producing cocoa for over 100 years, over a century of cocoa production. And yet, if you look at the report, between 2018 and 2020, Mr. Speaker, 98% of the revenue that came to the Cocobod came from cocoa beans, with only 2% coming from processed cocoa. Mr. Speaker, for a country, a developing country that wants to leap into the developed nation category, manufacturing is a critical ladder. And especially for a country that has a young population coming out of school, jobs will have at least 40% of its cocoa. We will not only increase the revenue generated from the industry, but we will also be increasing avenues available for employment, available for innovation, available for financial expansion and financial inclusion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is of great concern that Cocobod, having been in existence for over 60 years, still does not encourage the processing of cocoa and therefore denying Ghana the opportunity of value addition. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to know that the short-term liabilities of Cocobod exceeds its short-term assets. In any other business, this is an indicator of bankruptcy. In any other business, it's an indication of bankruptcy. When your short-term liabilities exceed your short-term assets by as much as 25%. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. It epitomizes financial mismanagement. It epitomizes commercial incompetence and ineptitude, that our leading agency can operate at such abysmal performance levels that its short-term liabilities are greater than its short-term assets by as much as a whopping 25%, Mr. Speaker. Cocobod has been run so poorly that this House cannot take the issue lightly. If you look at our report 20 on page 5, if you look at the profitability assessment of Cocobod, you will find an average negative profitability of 10% per annum. Mr. Speaker, for the last 5 years or so, Cocobod has consistently run at a loss. This used to be one of our blue chip agencies. Today, it is running consistently at a loss. Mr. Speaker, not only is Cocobod running at a loss, and therefore, in terms of profitability, Cocobod is unprofitable today, but it is also so grossly mismanaged that whilst making losses for the last couple of years consistently, Cocobod is paying bonus to its staff.
making losses. This could be akin to loose ball. Mr. Speaker, it is an indictment on our conscience as a nation. At the committee sitting, when we raised the issue, the chief executives replied because of the conditions of service they had set. So we asked whether these conditions of service were set by a regulator or by any external body. Mr. Speaker, no. They set the targets, internal targets, meet the target, low targets they set, pay bonus to themselves whilst making losses and reducing the equity of the Ghanaian state in the institution. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the chairman alluded to the continuous dependence on syndicated loans. Mr. Speaker, the LID that the chairman referred to yields $400 a ton on an average of 600,000 tons a year. Mr. Speaker, if we reduce the quantum of syndication by this every year, if this year we are taking 1.3 billion in syndicated loans, expensive syndicated loans, if we reduce it to 20 million, which is what comes from the LID, in 5 years or less, we will not have any syndicated loan. We will have built up our own ability to buy cocoa, save the huge cost of syndication and the interest thereof. Mr. Speaker, I recommend that this House should take this so seriously. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, I will want to wind up by saying that Ghana Cocoa Board today, if it were a private company, would have been declared bankrupt. And therefore, this House, as the representatives of the sovereign people of Ghana, must not take this lightly. We have to save the cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, I am the son of a cocoa farmer. And cocoa contributed to the building of so many institutions in Ghana, including the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana was built on the sweat of cocoa farmers. A lot more people went to school on Cocoa Board scholarships. Cocoa has served this country well. But our generation, our time in office as members of parliament, it is our time for us to save Cocoa Board and the cocoa industry from self-inflicted destruction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me invite a member for Manson Kwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to this report on Cocobod. Mr. Speaker, looking at the financial statement of Cocobod, it was clearly demonstrated that Cocobod is becoming one of the shining stars of the country. But however, it is now become one of the symptoms where public institutions are always making losses. Mr. Speaker, even though Cocobod revenue from sales of cocoa beans was going up year by year from 2018 to 2020, when we look at their expenditure, that is the operational cost, it was increasing at a dynamic rate that no serious profits were made by Cocobod. On that note, you realize that Cocobod is not adding any serious value to the Ghanaian economy and contribute towards the elimination of this country from financial problems and challenges. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the administrative cost of Cocobod, it shows clearly that the Cocobod is not managing its administrative expenditure very well. On that note, you may realize when the ranking member was making reference to payment of bonuses in the midst of losses. If you look at the liquidity position of the company, it also shows that the company is seriously doing overtrading, whereby it has more than current liabilities than the current asset. that will help the company or the board to do well. Mr. Speaker, in the area of solvency, it looks like the Cocobod is more financed from debt capital than internal revenue reserves and retained profits and then their main capital. Even though they were talking about the company making good use of their staff by meeting their standard, standard just ensure control of costs, but doesn't ensure effectiveness. It is time that Cocobod and other public entities look into strategic cost reduction issues to help them reduce their cost of operation to be effective and efficient in controlling and conducting their affairs, to contribute enough towards workers, the stakeholders, the government, and the people group of Ghana. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I may want to reiterate that the House takes steps in line with other firms of public enterprises to institute strategies of cost reduction, not necessarily meeting your standard, but actually making sure that you beat the competition. Very soon, we will be competing with other countries in terms of making sales cocoa. If we help China trying to come into the industry, that means that you have to be serious. Let's put together strategies to reduce our cost of operations and put Cocobod on sound footing and beat the competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Savdai.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion to adopt the report by the committee. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me draw attention to some aspects of the report. Mr. Speaker, it is rather sad that per this report, as a country, our sale in terms of processed beans is dwindling. It has dwindled from 98.6%, that's in 2018, to 98.4% in 2019, and 99.3%. What it means is that we are processing less than 1% of all the beans that we produce and sell in this country. And the question is, what has been the impact of 1D, 1F in this matter? Mr. Speaker, per this report, page 4, it is stated that in 2018, the value of processed cocoa products was 127 million Ghana cedis, which, Mr. Speaker, given the exchange rate at the time, roughly translates to about $40 million. Mr. Speaker. Now, in 2019, the value of our processed cocoa products was 151 million Ghana cedis, translating again, given the exchange rate at the time, to about 40 million. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, this dwindled to 74 million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, given the rate of 6.8 to the dollar at the time, this was less than $30 million. So even though it appears that in terms of the value in terms of CD of the processed cocoa products that we export, we process and sell, went appreciated in 2019, in real terms, we lost in terms of the dollar revenue. And the situation became worse in 2020. And these are the true indicators of the state of the economy. If we are unable to spend trees that can process the product by creating employment, the multiplier effect, Mr. Speaker, of expending public money in doing this is nearly zero. So I am anxious to see the 2021 report and see whether there was an appreciation or there was a further deterioration. Mr. Speaker, as a House, we should be so much concerned that when we give Cocobod the authority to syndicate loans and purchase cocoa beans, efforts must be made to process at least half in this country. Mr. Speaker, government by deliberate policy is giving school children hot chocolate one day. And yet we are not processing the cocoa beans. So where are we getting the chocolate to give to our children? It means we are buying from abroad. It means that we are buying the cocoa, the chocolate, the hot chocolate that we are giving to our children a day in school. We are buying the processed product from abroad. That can only be the reasonable implication. Because the impact of the deliberate policy to feed our children with hot chocolate, one day, one hot chocolate a day, is for us to spend money and process the beans so that there would not be capital flight. Mr. Speaker, one other thing I want to draw the House attention to is that this report indicates that all the excessive amounts of money this House approved for the Ministry of Agric and Cocoa Affairs to improve the cocoa farms by spraying, by cutting, by all that, and also irrigating the farm so that yields can be multiplied. The effect is that we are not seeing the impact of those deliberate policies. Mr. Speaker, when every year we have budgetary allocations time, they are approved and amounts are allocated, this is how we are gauging the outcome of those policies that we implement. And as a House, Mr. Speaker, we need to be concerned because the government, again by deliberate policy, is revamping cocoa farms even in the Volta region and my district, South Dine. We are part of that program. But if the end result is that we buy the beans and we just ship the beans abroad, then the chain, then those who are supposed to be in the chain will not benefit. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that one other thing the report pointed to was that the board again noted that staff bonuses were paid for indications clearly showing that the company was not making profit. And it is shocking that a company that is not making profit will be paying staff bonus. That is why no wonder the recommendation is that going forward, the company must pay bonuses only when they make profit. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I urge the House to adopt the report as was laid recently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to a member for Asante Achim North. But before you begin, let me indulge you that the time has passed 2 o'clock mark, and I will ask you to indulge me to extend sitting beyond the normal hours. I hope you indulge me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the warning.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, let's hear you.
I thank you very much for the warning. I'm going to be very brief, but to thank you also for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Mr. Speaker, from what my colleagues have indicated in this House, there is a need to beef up our value addition intentions. Unfortunately, everybody seems to appreciate the fact that we need to increase the proportion that goes into value addition, save that the focus for which we are seeking the intervention is probably wrong. I have been part of an export processing program in Ghana, and the indications that I'm picking from there, and I have picked from there in the past, is that everybody expects government to go into agro-processing or value addition programs. But it is an opportunity for the nation, and for that matter, the citizens of Ghana, to put resources together to go into processing of such commodities. Indeed, if you look at the record of companies processing cocoa in Ghana, most of these companies are foreign-owned, most of them. The only one that is probably not foreign-owned is that was put up by Ghana Cocoa Marketing Board itself. The purpose of establishing the Cocoa Marketing Board is not to go into cocoa processing, but it is to offer stable prices for farm gates. And for that matter, the Cocoa Marketing Board's position within the value chain is to ensure that farmers get good reward for their produce, and also ensure that they have market in Ghana and outside Ghana for the produce that comes from the farming gates. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana now, from 2000 up to 2009, that I was part of the export processing zone, companies that located in Ghana into cocoa processing were all foreign. And indeed, that increased the threshold of value addition in cocoa processing very much by maybe 15%. Beyond 2010, 2011, we haven't seen any new cocoa processing companies emerging on the horizon. The last one that I can remember is the one at Kasi, for which I was even part of commissioning. One in Takoradi, which was commissioned also in 2009, continues to produce from Western region. The one that we came to inherit in 2000, that was WAMCO, is also not even operating properly. So, Mr. Speaker, the problem is not to find processing companies promoted by government. The problem is to generate interest in the Ghanaian investors to put investments together to go into cocoa processing. In fact, the revenue stream shows that the profit margin is in processing, not in the farming and harvesting of cocoa, not in the export of cocoa, but it's in the value addition. So I think all of us must be very aggressive in promoting the Ghanaian content in the value addition. That is where the problem is. Unfortunately, by our culture, we don't believe in working together. We believe in owning enterprises by ourselves. And that, again, the investment requirement is heavy. So one person is difficult for you to do. But let's see if we here will lead the charge and encourage people to come into processing of cocoa. And therefore, if all of us put our heads together and do it, it will be an ingenious approach if some of us here will come together as partners to go into cocoa processing. Probably our capacities and backgrounds would be maybe the insurance to be able to secure investable capital. Mr. Speaker, the problem is with Ghanaians. We must take the opportunity as presented. Otherwise, the foreigners who come here to take the opportunity, they will profit from the cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute.
Very well. Honorable Eric Opoku, because you heard about cocoa, you rushed in. I saw you coming, running, because you heard about cocoa. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
First and foremost, I would like to thank the chairman of the committee and indeed the entire committee for the fair and objective assessment of the performance of Cocobod in recent times. The Speaker, specifically, this report covers the period between 2019 and 2020. The Speaker, these are issues that have been raised on the floor of this House on countless occasions. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates that current liabilities of Cocobod exceed current assets. That's a dangerous position. It is an indication that they have liquidity challenges. And therefore, those who supply them goods that must be paid within 12 months, they are unable to pay. And that explains why in this House, we approved a syndicated facility of $1.3 billion for them to purchase cocoa from our cocoa farmers. And they ended up crediting the cocoa from the licensed buying companies without paying them, because their liabilities are exceeding their assets. That is the true position of Cocobod now, and that is dangerous. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates that consistently, for 5 years, they've been incurring losses. Why? Why? Why do you manage a business like that? That for 5 solid years, you have never made 1 cedi as a profit. You are running at a loss. And the company is now overburdened with debts, to the extent that the committee is recommending immediate government intervention. Otherwise, Cocobod will have challenges meeting the obligations this year. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that will need attention. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Andy talked about cocoa processing. That is very, very important. But you can only process the cocoa when you have produced it. Mr. Speaker, we are told that 2021, the total cocoa output was 683,000 metric tons. 683,000 metric tons. And Ghana collateralized 640,000, leaving us just 43,000. Mr. Speaker, out of the 43,000, 30,000 must be used to service the Chinese facility we took for the Buida. So Ghana is left with 13,000 tons. And we have cocoa processing capacity of 286,000 tons of cocoa. Yet we are able to have only 13,000 available. So how are the companies going to function? They are now importing cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire to process in Ghana. And that's out to the pressure on the exchange rate that we are experiencing. If the Cocobod is not managed effectively, it affects the exchange rate and the entire economy of our nation. And that is what we are witnessing now. Mr. Speaker, is it not surprising to you that the law that established Cocobod under section 27(3) provides that at the end of every year, board of directors should determine an amount to be paid to cocoa producers as bonus. And for the past 5 years, no cocoa farmer in this country has been paid a bonus. The company is running at a loss. So where do they get the bonus from? Mr. Speaker, if the producers of the cocoa, for which reason we have recruited people to manage an office, cannot be paid bonus, what about the staff? Why are they paying themselves bonus? You are pushing the resources to the office. Meanwhile, the cocoa is not grown in the office. The farmers have been deprived of all the resources that they are entitled to. And you are paying yourself bonus for running at a loss. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. And Parliament, representing the people of this country and perceiving the interests of this nation, must take the necessary actions to remedy the situation. Because it's bad. It has never happened anywhere that you run a company, you incur loss every year for 5 years, and then you decide that for 2 years, 2019, 2020, I will pay my staff bonus for working for you to incur loss. They should take bonus. Mr. Speaker, something must be done to these people. The level of mismanagement is unknown to cocoa history in this country. And if we allow this to continue, Cocobod will collapse. Because now, if government of Ghana does not intervene, how are they going to buy cocoa this year? We have approved a facility for them, 1.3 billion again. $1.3 billion for them to go and buy cocoa 2022-2023 cocoa season. The money has been given to them, but they have liabilities. The debtors are on them. They have to pay them. So instead of using the monies to pay the farmers, they are compelled to use these monies to pay their debtors. And you see the cocoa farmers crying every day that yet they have produced the cocoa, but they can't get their cocoa to be paid for. We are the representatives of the people, and we have to defend the people at all times. Mr. Speaker, I read the Auditor General's report. For 2021. And the Auditor General is reporting that 4 activity funds have been depleted in Cocobod. One is the welfare fund. Under the Cocobod law, we are to establish the welfare fund and to deposit some amount from the profit that we made from cocoa to take care of farmers' interests. When NDC was exiting office, Mr. Speaker, we had more than 60 million, according to the Auditor General's report, in the 4 activity funds. Because we have been incurring losses for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the funds have been depleted. And according to the Auditor General, the accounts cannot even be traced. It cannot be traced.
Honorable Eric, hold on. Let me listen to that.
Speaker, my good friend Eric, I heard him say that Auditor General report when NDC was leaving power. Can he be specific? I want to reference and want to check. Can he reference specific Auditor General report he's speaking to?
Very well. Honorable member, I guess you got the question.
I think I said 2021, leader. Just take note and then you can refer to all the activity funds, the 4 of them. The Auditor General is saying that for when they audited the accounts, the funds have been depleted, and now you cannot even trace the accounts. You know the reason why? The law says that when you make profits, 10% of your profits should be shared into the 4 accounts. For the 5 years that you are incurring loss, you haven't deposited a Keswa into that fund. And that is why you have collapsed the funds and you have depleted what you inherited. Mr. Speaker, I stated on the floor here that under Cocoa Rules, Cocobod has awarded contracts amounting to 13.6 billion Ghana cedis as of December 2021. And Mr. Speaker, when you read the budget, they have committed 480 million in 2020, 400 million in 2021. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, you award a contract of 13.6 billion, and for 2 years, you have allocated 880 million to pay 13 billion debt. And strangely, some of the contracts were awarded in dollars. Some of the cocoa contracts that Cocobod awarded in Ghana here was awarded in dollars. Why should this happen? Something is wrong everywhere in this country and must be corrected by this house. So as the exchange rate increases, the value of the contracts go up. And now the contractors have abandoned side because they are not getting payment. And Cocobod, looking at their current situation, Mr. Speaker, they cannot pay. Even the bailout the committee is recommending, I believe that they should look for a bigger bailout. Because in 2018, they had similar challenges. In 2018, Minister of Finance, released 176 million Ghana cedis to bail them out. Yet they compounded the challenge. Something is wrong, and this House must be up and doing. Mr. Speaker, I've seen the leader signaling you to ask me to wind up. But it is important for all of us to understand. It is important for all of us to understand that the collapse of Cocobod will affect the Ghanaian economy seriously. It is a subsector that employs over 2 million Ghanaians. And look at the quantum of money that Cocobod brings into this economy on an annual basis. So if you mismanage this company this way and fritter away resources which should have gone to the benefit of farmers, obviously you are destroying the nation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge you, as Mr. Speaker, with all the powers at your disposal, to take a decision that will compel Cocobod to do the right thing, so that at the end of the day, Ghanaians will benefit from the activities and not continue to be losing resources as it is happening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Chairman of the Agric and Cocoa.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I must commend my colleague, Eric Opoku. He is the ranking member of my committee for coming up with a lot of information this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, my colleague will bear with me that at the recent meeting during the syndication approval and all that, some of these issues were tabled before the Cocobod, and the committee requested Cocobod to submit information to this effect. So as we speak, the report, because Parliament was in recess, has not been submitted to us. So I implore the House to tell my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, to wait till the report is laid before he comes up with some of this information, Mr. Speaker. So, like my leader said, he requested for some sources. They have a lot of information to deliver to the committee. I'm the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker. I'm not speaking to the report. It's a point of order, Mr. Speaker. So, no, you are saying things that are outside the report. It was referred to the committee from this Parliament, this same House, that we should look into those things and report. So he is speaking outside this report, and that is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. He has to come back to the committee for us to digest and finish with the report before he comes to talk about this report. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. On that note, I'll put the question. Or leader, you want to contribute? Come again.
Speaker, I had earlier signaled that I want to contribute. Yes, but I have changed my mind, and I'm yielding to the Honorable Minister for Western Region. Yes.
Well. Honorable Mensa, Drobonso, please be brief.
I think a lot have been said about the high indirect cost driven by the positive gross margin of 18% to 6%. Mr. Speaker, when I look at page 34, you can find that we observe that Ghana government was owing Cocobod to the tune of 2.1 billion as at the end of 2020 financial year. So if this amount is clear, I think Cocobod can be a little bit sound. Mr. Speaker, you also observe that, as was said by the Honorable Eric Opoku, they rely too much on syndicated loan. I think it would be better if, as a certificate agency, if we can establish a policy to set up a sinking fund to get money to purchase our own fund, cocoa, done every year looking for syndicated loan. Mr. Speaker, we discussed about the bonuses, as we have discussed, we pay bonus against the profit and performance. But it looks as if it is a company policy that they have to pay the workers because it's part of their condition of service. This one has to look at it and see how far we can establish so that we go more commercially than to look at the collective agreement on the. As we found out that the liability, short-term liability, is exceeding short-term assets, meaning that the Cocobod is effectively providing a short-term financing to debtors. Why continue paying interest on the short-term borrowing? So government has to intervene to settle Cocobod. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Let me finally come to the Western Region Minister, where cocoa is produced most.
Mr. Speaker, you know that I'm also the son of a cocoa farmer. And I'm very happy this issue has come up. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the processed beans of just about 2%, I believe that is one area Cocobod will have to look at critically to do it. Their partnership in WAMCO is yielding very good results. In fact, they've been making profit in the last 4 years. Furthermore, if you look at page 8 of the report, it talks about their inability to manage their own receivables, which have jumped from 4 billion to 6 billion. Clearly, this is one area I believe that Cocobod will have to do a lot of work. If they are able to do a lot of work there, I believe that they will be able to take care of their problems. In fact, I believe that it is time that Ministry of Finance do whatever it takes to take care of the government parts of these receivables that have been accruing at Cocobod over the period. I do believe that cocoa, since it's a regenerative plant, can continue to support this country in going forward. However, I also do believe that we have to start looking at the model that Côte d'Ivoire is using. That private arrangement in cocoa production, whether it's also doable in this country. Because if you look at the going concern issue that was raised, whether Cocobod was very viable, the statement there is that using the ultimate multivariate discriminant analysis, the going concern prospect of Cocobod is low. I do believe that we need to start looking at other models and see how we can use that to improve the operations of Cocobod. But in fact, if you look at the amount of monies in their receivables, clearly I believe that Cocobod is viable and is being managed well over the period. Inconsistency of COVID had also created some problems for Cocobod in the last 2 years. And I believe that when we give them more chance, they'll be able to do better than they are doing now. With this, on this note, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address.
Very well. I believe Ghana is cocoa and cocoa is Ghana. So I think we have to take a critical look at the industry. I know some of the industries that are looking for cocoa beans to process, and it's becoming difficult for them to get cocoa beans. So I think that Ghana Cocoa Board should take a critical look at some of the discussions and the issues that have been raised here critically. On that note, I'll put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Members, the ayes have it. The motion listed on today's paper as item 7 is hereby adopted. Can we take the 8? Well,
Speaker, we are ready for the 8.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I invite you to page 3, item listed 8, motion, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion listed as item 8 on the other paper at page 3, that this Honorable House
adopts the report of the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprise on the audited financial statement of Ghana Great Company for the 2019 and 2020 financial year. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to present your committee's report. And I would want the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, as I draw this honorable attention to some of the observations, especially on the paragraph 39 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that cash flow was a major challenge for the company. While the committee appreciates the company's return to profit, the liquidity position is still nothing to write about. This is reflected in the company's carrying a total of 1.55 billion current assets against a total of 1.959 billion in current liabilities at the end of 2020 financial year. The causal reason here is the poor collection rate of receivables. The Great Company is currently collecting only 55% of its receivables, even with the cash waterfall mechanism regulating ECG payments. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House for the approval of this report. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Panadonko, the ranking, may I hear you?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I will want to raise very fundamental issues about corporate governance in this country. Mr. Speaker, the audited reports which were presented to the committee were presented either directly by the Auditor General's, but were audited either directly by the Auditor Generals or were audited under the hand or the instructions of the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, that raises a fundamental issue of legality and illegality of the audit. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the Great Company of Ghana, Gridco. Gridco is a limited liability company. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 187(2) of the Constitution, that empowers the Auditor General to carry out audits. That power does not include the power to audit companies. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I want to read for emphasis. Article 187(2), the public accounts of Ghana and of all public offices, including the courts, the central and local government administrations, of the universities and public institutions of like nature, of any public corporation or other body or organization established by an act of parliament shall be audited and reported on by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, this phrase again finds expression in the Audit Service Act 584, Section 11. It does not clothe the Auditor General with the power to audit companies. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian state has been derelict And that includes this very house. At the time the Constitution was promulgated, a number of these companies were corporations. We passed a law and act in this house, turning them into companies. We refused to amend, or we failed to amend the Auditor General's Act to give the Auditor General power to audit state-owned companies. We didn't. Therefore, the Auditor General is just exercising powers that he does not have. He's not clothed with the power. This is so fundamental that, Mr. Speaker, I want it raised on the floor. And indeed, I have filed an urgent question for the Attorney General as to why he has not brought an amendment to amend the Audit Service Act to give the Auditor General the power to audit state-owned companies. Mr. Speaker, this is fundamental. And this is the prelude to my own comments on the Great Company of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is so serious that I plead with the speakership and the leadership of this House to take note of that and correct it. We believe that corporate governance in this country must be by law. The power of the Auditor General to audit state-owned companies must be based on the framework of law. The Auditor General has no such powers as of today. I'm happy the Deputy Leader of the House is in the chamber, and he is a senior member of the bar, not the chore bar, the proper bar by profession. And I will want leadership to take note of this so that going forward, as we improve on corporate governance, we will stay within the limits of law. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to look at the report before us. Mr. Speaker, for the years 2018, 2019, 2020, the Great Company of Ghana incurred net losses. Mr. Speaker, this is symptomatic of a broader trend in that whilst we have 54%, and indeed some estimates say 56% of the assets of the Ghanaian state in the hands of state-owned enterprises, 90% or more of these enterprises are continuously making losses. Therefore, it is not surprising that the macro economy of the Ghanaian state finds itself where it is. These entities are not contributing to the consolidated fund. Indeed, the capital of the state invested in them is being withered away by the continuous losses they make. Mr. Speaker, we also have a situation, and this is captured vividly in paragraph 18 of our report, where Gridco's capacity to meet its short-term obligations, its capacity is undermined by its own losses. Gridco is also unable to meet its short-term obligations from its short-term assets for its current assets. It is unable, there's a mismatch. And this is exacerbated the cash flow challenges of Gridco. Mr. Speaker, the cash waterfall mechanism was introduced to improve on the distribution of revenue arising out of the sale of electricity. Mr. Speaker, when you are receiving only 55% of what you are owed, what is due you, for any entity, when you are receiving only 55%, Mr. Speaker, you will be challenged when it comes to cash flow. And so, Gridco is symptomatic of the challenge that the energy sector, particularly the power sector, is going through serious liquidity problems. Mr. Speaker, these issues should be taken very seriously by this House. And therefore, it is also not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that Gridco is undercapitalized. Gridco in paragraph 27 is receiving only 55% of what it is owed by the electricity company of Ghana. The least said about NEDCO is the better. So, Mr. Speaker, but there are opportunities. Gridco is increasingly increasing its revenue earnings from the export of power. This is one bright spot that this House should encourage the management of Gridco and indeed the power sector as a whole. There is a big market for power export in the sub-region, and this is captured by paragraph 35. There is a good export market out there. We are unable to meet the demands for the export of power in Burkina Faso. There are indications that Mali will also want to import power from Ghana. So there are business opportunities there, but the opportunities have to be taken up by Gridco and other players in the power sector. Mr. Speaker, I also want to draw the attention of this House to the late preparation of accounts. Gridco is registered as a limited liability company, going by the Companies Code, going by the Public Financial Management Act, and going by good corporate governance. Entities are expected to have their audited account within a maximum of 6 months. Mr. Speaker, about 80%, if not 90% of all the companies your committee has dealt with are unable to present audited accounts within a stipulated period of time. This is a serious indictment on corporate governance. Mr. Speaker, for lack of time, I want to bring my submission to an end and support the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Let him come to Honorable Member for Manson Quanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make my contribution towards the motion by making reference to the main functions of Gridco.
Honorable Member, why don't you contribute from your seat so that you'll be recorded as such?
Let's work on the
because if you are not careful, your contribution will not be recorded in the Hansard as Honorable Member for Manson Quanta. It will be recorded in the name of the one whose table or chair you are contributing from. I want your name to appear. Yes, let's hear you, even though
I wanted to be closer to my chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, I want to make reference to the main function of Gridco. Paragraph 8 of the report says that Gridco are to undertake economic dispatch and transmission of electricity from wholesale suppliers to bulk customers, which include Electricity Company of Ghana, Northern Electricity Distribution Company, Barco, and Encrete Power in the mines. And then they have to ensure that they are fair and non-discriminatory transmission services to power and market participants. Mr. Speaker, Gridco is doing well. When you look at the financial report that they submitted to the committee, Gridco on paragraph 10 was making 137% in their operations. That tells you that the company revenue grew from 495.7 million in 2018 to 1,175.5 million in 2020. Revenue growth was driven by bulk transmission, which increased from 15,961 what in 2018 to 2017. It tells us that Gridco has the capacity to improve and grow. At the same time, Gridco also has the capacity to increase its revenue over 400% over the period from 122.5 million in 2018 to 855.9 million in 2020 due to higher revenue growth and dealing direct costs that will also work on. That shows that Gridco has opportunity and advantage to grow. Despite the fact that Gridco has some challenges in terms of their administrative costs and financial charges, Gridco also has opportunity to export more to the West Africa zone. On that basis, we may want to state that despite the fact of the challenges on financial costs and administrative expenses, if Gridco is encouraged to adapt cost reduction strategy and make sure that they are exporting to the West Africa zone in their effective cost management, then Gridco has the opportunity in future to generate more revenue to help the country, its economy. On that note, I want us to look at the positive eye of Gridco that it has the capacity, it has the chance, it has the way to lead this country into export business, where power will be another source of generating more revenue for the country, rather than writing off Gridco with the challenges that they are facing now. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I may want to state that Gridco has the capacity and opportunity. We have to inject more funds into the company so that it can take advantage of the export business that is yearning towards it. And at the same time, too, the government should encourage Gridco and those customers which are buying from Gridco to pay competitive price to sustain the company, to lead the export drive to improve the country's revenue capacity. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I say that I support the acceptance of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes. Honorable, you have spoken. Let him hear. Honorable, is it Peter? Is it Tema East? Yes, let him hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion on the financial statement of Gridco for the 2018, 2019, 2020 financial year. Indeed, we could say Gridco has performed well if we look at the gross operations. But as we would see under paragraph 10 of the report, and with your permission, I would want to make that reference, that the revenue increase was partly attributed to possible adjustment in transmission service charges during the period. Indeed, as the earlier speaker said, we note gross revenue growth of 137.1% from 495.7 million in 2018 to 1,175.5 million in 2020. If our gross performance is not measured by our indicators of both direct cost and administrative cost, the gains we make in tariff adjustment and transmission service charges would all go to the drain. And that is why, in spite of growth in gross revenue, we see losses for the reporting years. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, as recorded in paragraph 13, and I want to read that, administrative expenses were high, increasing from 15.2% of total revenue in 2018 to 35% of total revenue in 2020, accounting for an average of 35% of gross sales. As a result of high borrowing, finance costs constituted 35%, 34%, and 10% of total revenue in 2018, 2019, and 2020. Mr. Speaker, the report goes on to state that the exchange losses on borrowing accounted for over 50% of total financing costs. And this is where financial engineering, performance management, and good governance would help our state institutions to move from the continuous loss-making state to better performance, so we can begin to show profits in the management of our state enterprises. This situation is important to me because it looks like the increasing cost or increasing administrative cost of our state enterprises are partially due to high employment numbers. Whereas we all agree that the agency responsible for employment matters is the YEA. Unfortunately, we see most of our state enterprises increasing their staff numbers beyond what would inure to their better performance. If you have organizations that are just creating desks and increasing the numbers, yes, we need employment. But anytime we go way above the numbers required for the operations that we engage in, certainly administrative cost, staff cost, and other costs that are linked to mismanagement would go up. And that is the situation we see in this report. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to draw attention of this House to another worrying situation in our state enterprises, which has to do with late preparation of accounts. That is worrying to me because we expect the finance departments and accounting departments to be responsible for the reporting of state enterprises. What we have noticed, and Mr. Speaker, I would want to put this on record, that most state enterprises are not preparing their financial statements as enshrined in the laws, both their parent acts and the Financial Management Act of this country. And I think that our state enterprises must do well to adhere to those requirements. And I read paragraph 38, which states that the committee observed that Gridco was in breach of the Companies Act, the Public Financial Management Act, and international best practices in signing its annual account. And I dare say that this is not a situation that affects only Gridco, but many state enterprises are failing to adhere to reporting standards. And I think this House, with the Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises Committee, must ensure that these acts are not violated going forward. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to second the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Very well. Leadership, if I may invite you briefly to also conclude.
Put it off. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who just had a bite said he was seconding the motion. But because it's been seconded already, I just wanted to draw his attention so he does the needful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intended to support the motion on the floor.
Very
Thanks,
well.
my senior.
Thank you. And leader, thank you too. Yes, I want to conclude. So, are you yielding yours to? Yes, lawyer, let's hear you. But be brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee on Employment in respect of Gridco Company, Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, looking at the report as presented, at page 2, the functions of Gridco as transmitter of high-power electricity transmission services, they have, in a way, for the period in session, ensured that our power generation and transmission has been very good. And it's highly commendable, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, looking at page 6 of the report, in terms of the impairment, it is my considered view that all efforts should be made to ensure that the company collects its due debt timeously so that they can also meet the expectation of the people. The lights have been on all this while because Gridco, as a good partner in the power industry, have contributed their best, and we highly commend them. But we would also again say that they should expand their responsibility towards the communities that make use of their services. The issue of metering has been a little challenge to some communities, especially areas that have now been new expanded areas. They should ensure that they make meters available as possible. With this kind word, few words, I pray that this report of the committee be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Finally, leader, let's hear you. And I will also implore you to be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief. Mr. Speaker, I've come through the report, and I must commend the leadership of the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare for doing a good job. Mr. Speaker, and that is a reflection that leadership is cause, and leadership is everything. There is a total transformation on the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare. And I have no doubt that if what Parliament has done, I know the Honorable Baswa and Honorable Dr. Cocobod Donko. Honorable Baswa was the chairman of the acting chairman of the Special Budget Committee. He was very diligent. Honorable Cocobod Donko, too, in terms of policy, is an expert. And that combination has given a facelift to the Committee on Social Welfare and Employment. And I believe that amounts to the reason why that committee now is always on the move. State enterprises and chief executive officers are now looking very sharp, simply because they are always called to account. And I believe other committees must learn from the good job that the Committee of Employment and Social Welfare is doing. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because if you look through the report, and time may not permit me to go and quote verbatim, if you look at the profitability ratio of Gridco, over 400%. However, in the second paragraph, they are saying that even though they made a profit of over 400%, the high administrative cost has led to increasing losses. Mr. Speaker, which company will make such a profit, even if it were to be a private company? I don't think even 100% increment of profit, that company will be making losses. But the burden of administrative burden that we put onto state enterprises must be looked at. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, very soon we will be heading towards what used to be called privatization. Because no company on this earth will make such a high profit and be making losses. So it tells you that Gridco is not a bad company, but it has administrative challenges.
because you have a high gross profit over 400%. And you have a high level of administrative expenses. And because of that, you are running into losses. If this were to be your company, Mr. Speaker, I don't think no chief executive officer, if this were to be a private company, will accept this. The second thing is, Mr. Speaker, the going concern aspect of Gridco. They are saying that the picture looks very bad. So, Mr. Speaker, Gridco being a very strategic asset of this country, I think we should not just end with this report. A careful look must be taken onto the management of Gridco. Because if Gridco fails, most policies of government are going to fail. The one district, one factory is going to fail. The strategic industries are going to fail. All this, Mr. Speaker, I think after this, the company must ask for detailed expenditures of those administrative costs so that we may be able to input into it and advise government accordingly. Mr. Speaker, growing up, we used to see in the village what used to be called OSA, On-Board Service Authority. Mr. Speaker, at a point it collapsed. STC, at a point it collapsed. But with good management, Mr. Norma Donko, the late Norma Donko, was able to revive the STC. And as I speak now, under Mr. Samuel Barton, STC is creating employment and solving our transportation problems as well. Mr. Speaker, clearly,
okay, it's corrected.
yes, Mr. Speaker, it has been written and given to me. But because, Mr. Speaker, I know you are putting pressure on me, so because of that, I wanted to run away. Nana Komia, I meant, Mr. Speaker. And Nana Komia was a former member of this house, and I know how diligent he was. So he's a perfect mind in that institution. So choosing leadership for state institutions, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. But if that is not done, then it turns like, oh, I supported, and therefore me too, I'm being put here just to chop small. I don't think strategic assets of the country can be meant for such high administrative cost. So in choosing leadership for state institutions, government must take into consideration who can do what. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, Ghana can boast of any human resource, even in any other institution. But if we don't let the public sector, Public Service Commission, that perfect assessment to give us our best to mine our institutions, always this is where we will be ending. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, they have corporate governance challenges, insolvency assessment, they fail, profitability, they fail, going concern, they fail. And if we don't do clear assessment and make a U-turn, very soon, Gridco will be a company of the past. With this, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying that state institutions that own Gridco must pay their liabilities, and that will help save the company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I want to end by commending the Honorable Kobina Donko and the Honorable Philip Baswa. They are charting a good path. Most other chairmen and ranking members will learn from them. Not forgetting the chairman of the State Enterprises Ministry, Honorable MP4 Ifia, is also doing a good job. They should keep it up.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, thank you very much. And thank to all the contributors. And at the end of the contribution, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed number 8 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. Yes, leadership, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we are entirely in your hands, as there is nothing immediately available for consideration by the plenary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm with my colleague.
Very well. Honorable members, we bring proceedings to a close, and we will go ahead to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I thank you very much for your attention, and the House stands adjourned.